Hello, welcome back here to Paddle House, Greenpoint, Brooklyn for PPL 2. This is day 2 of the competition. We had a brilliant day 1, drama, plenty of excitement, a few upsets too. Now just quickly go Stingrays, who we're going to see in action in the first game here against the Mexico Waves. They won in a super tiebreak. They were the opening game on day 1, beating Florida Goats, Briega and Di Francesco on the losing side. 6-2, 4-6, 10-8 in a super tiebreak. That could have gone either way. It was so tight at 6-6. But in the end, an important win for Danny Diaz and Ivo and Martin. Now those two players are standing at the far end of the court in those white jerseys and shorts, and in this near end, the team that were beaten yesterday, losing to LAB, the Mexico Waves. Now, they did play well. Oscar Matias and Maxi Montaño, two Mexican players, but in the end, they couldn't quite see off Jacobo Blanco and Luis Estrada. In the other games played on day 1, Las Vegas Smash were beaten by Toronto Polar Bears 6-3, 6-2. And in the last game, that scoreline of 6-love, 6-1 isn't a fair reflection of what we actually saw, because Sofia Adanovic and Renata Martinez both played really well against Marta Morga and Brittany Dubbins. Now, of course, Brittany Dubbins is USA #1 seed, Morga #4, and Sofia and Renata, 19 and 20 years old, have a very bright future ahead of them. But they were outplayed, although 8 games went to a super tiebreak and they failed to win a single one. So 6-love, 6-1. So today we'll start with the Mexico Waves and the Stingrays from San Diego. That will be followed by the Houston Volts, Las Vegas Smash, women's doubles. Now, no earlier than 1 o'clock local time, which is in about 3 hours time if you're watching from elsewhere. It will be the turn of the men's doubles. LA beat New York Atlantics. DC Matrix making their debut along with the Atlantics on day 2. They will take on Miami Padel Club. As you can see, the players out warming up. In a few minutes will be underway, and the games are quick fire in that when one game ends, the next game starts almost immediately. You get about 5 minutes, sometimes a bit longer, to warm up, and the players head off court to the side, and then they chat with the coach, and they come back on. It should be exciting. Now, if you're new to PPL, PPL 2, and also paddle, I'll be explaining some of the shots, the rules, of course, quite simple to follow, especially if you've played another racket sport, and also how the PPL works. Now, the PPL has been around for a few years. It's getting bigger and better each season. And we're seeing this development, and the next step was to create a development league, which is the PPL 2. Now, it's a commitment from the PPL to hopefully grow paddle and develop future athletes in North America, because there's training, better facilities, better coaches, more competition, better games. And we're starting to see some young American players break into the paddle scene, and also, really importantly, climb up the standings. You've got Brittany Dubbins nearing that top 75 in the world, which is a massive achievement if you consider paddle has not been around that long in the US. And of course, Canada and Mexico also have teams here at the PPL, because the teams that have a PPL team also have a PPL 2 team. So there are 10 top professional teams across the US, Canada and Mexico. DC Matrix, Florida Goats, Houston Volts, Las Vegas Smash, Los Angeles Beat, Toronto Polar Bears, San Diego Stingrays, New York Atlantics, who are of course the host team here, Miami Padel Club, and Mexico Waves. Now, the players have come out for about 10 minutes warm up, They're with their coaches, and very shortly this opening game will commence. Now, for those who are familiar with padel, some of this might just sound like, well, I've heard this before. So I will try to mix description of some shots with the rules of the game, how the shots work, because of course you need to play a certain shot at a certain time. So yes, it is a racket sport, but the way you play is very, very different. Now, there are a few basic rules of thumb. Try to limit the number of errors. Don't gift your opponents any points. Now, if you can control the net, you're more likely to control the point and win the point. Lobs, very important. It's one of those shots you kind of need to master. There we go, lob. Why? Because it's a good defensive shot. It can give you time to get back into position, and it's also a very good shot if you're looking to maybe approach the net. Use the walls at the back and also on the side. Now, if you can hit a shot and it lands before the service line and onto the cage, the fence, the metal fence, then it's always going to be a bit of a lottery. Is it going to go up? Is it going to go down, depending on the spin of the ball, the height of contact? Hit a stanchion, one of those posts, it can literally go anywhere, come out at a right angle, come back towards the net. So you will see players often just look for those cute little angles trying to play the ball onto those fences. The serve is important. It sets you up for the rest of the point. You won't be seeing, if any, too many aces. I think I've seen 2. And I might be a bit generous saying 2, but I think I've seen 2 aces in many, many years. So it's not something you see at this level very often. Now we'll be looking at formations, but now let's focus on Mexico Waves, San Diego Stingrays. Looking for the passing shot down the line. Danny Diaz, Ivo, and then Matten, victors on day 1 for the Stingrays. Communication is key. It has to be non-stop, because very often you're spinning, looking back towards the back glass. You're not facing your opponent. You need to get a shout. There we see that ball onto the cage. Where your opponents are. Are they deep? Are they attacking the net? Are they at the net? Are they split? Ideally, you try not to be split. You're on a string. There you see Mexico. 2 players almost level. And also, when you cover the court, it's important to step with your partner. So if your partner edges towards the tram line, of course there's no tram line, but the side, then you've got to edge slightly into the middle, and that's a big winner from Matias. They struggled on their service game on day 1, the Mexico pairing. Slashes slightly at that shot. You don't have to hit a winner. Sometimes it's good to have a good approach, volley, just punch into a corner, and then set yourself up for the next shot. 40-30. To react well there, because it's not easy when that ball heads into that corner. Never know quite the angle it will come out, and we're going to have a golden point in the first service game. That weak backhand just nestling in the bottom of the net. A mistake by Oscar Almada Matias, 32 years old, the veteran on this team. Maxi, 23. And out, and goes long with the backhand, and the Mexican side just hanging on to their opening service game. 1-love, they lead. Now we get a very quick changeover after just one game, of course. Not much to change, but as the set goes on, of course, the breaks around about 90 seconds. You get about 2.5 minutes at the end of the set. Serving the Stingrays. See a very patient rally here, just making sure they stay at the net, looking for the opportunity to pounce, and that's a second mistake. Already gifting a point with that volley into the net. And another mistake there from Diez. There's 3 unforced errors. Brings the smash back home. You can see how big this facility is. The paddle house here in Greenpoint, one of 3 in New York. More state-of-the-art centers in Denver, Atlanta, Nashville, and we're starting to see courts pop up across North America. Won't be too long before this sport becomes hugely popular. I know it takes time. It did in the UK, also in Spain, which of course has produced so many world-class players. And Spain, although the sport was invented back in Mexico, funny enough, in Acapulco, back in 1969. It then went to Spain and kind of disappeared. It's still around, but regained popularity 2005, 2010, and in just 15 years, there are courts now across the country. Everyone plays paddle, regardless of your standard, your level of play. It's an easy game to pick up, difficult to master, as with most sports, but it's just entertaining. Very social, lots of banter on these courts. Keeps you fit also. So hopefully the growth will continue here in North America, and maybe in a decade we'll see some top players from Mexico, the US and Canada playing at the highest level and winning tournaments. Recently, Brittany Dobbins won a tournament with Ana Cortiles, a Spanish player, in La Nucia. That's in Valencia, Spain. Really good victory. And of course, Brittany, who was in action yesterday, playing against the Houston Volts alongside Marta Morga, who beat the Volts 6-love, 6-1. So good win for Miami Paddle Club. But we just saw a veteran, she's 34, playing her best paddle. She's got her highest ranking now at age 34. And she played against a young American, Sofia Adamovich, which, if you look at how, the progress has been in learning and playing at this kind of level, just imagine how high she could be in the ranking in 10 years' time if she continues to play and improve. And the same goes for her doubles partner, Renata Martinez, a very young Mexican, just 19. So this development league working well. There is a mix of veteran as well. Players just passing on experience, helping the younger players. But it's definitely offering players a way into paddle and also the chance to compete. And they will get a big opportunity at the Cities Cup, which is the main event. So that's taking place from December the 3rd to the 6th in Miami. It's the PPL Championship event, and there are 10 teams, 8 qualify. But the team that finishes 7th and 8th from the PPL will have to play a play-in against the top 2 men's doubles teams and women's doubles teams from the PPL 2. So there's a lot at stake for these players here. So it's about gaining experience, playing at a very good level, and also, who knows, maybe on that big stage in Miami come December. So a quick break as the players swap ends. I was just talking about the PPL 2. Its launch was back in February, so it's not been going for too long. Those are the stats of Montaño. Mexican, likes to be called Maxi, 23. You have the right, or you have the backhand side, the drive and backhand side. It is important how you set yourself up, because if you've got a left-handed player, you normally let them take the right-hand side, so the shots down the middle are on their forehand. The right-handed player takes the left-hand side, the backhand side, so the shots down the middle are on their forehand, because most of the shots go down the middle to reduce risk. So if you have your strongest shot down the middle, then you have a good chance of winning points. Now, of course, you have 2 right-hand players, then one has to be on the right-hand side. So what happens there is the player on the left-hand side is normally the stronger. The stronger player often plays on the left, and maybe the more consistent player who makes the fewer mistakes takes the right. It's not written in stone, but if you look at formations and doubles teams, you do normally get that kind of balance. First out onto the court, San Diego Stingrays, DF and Ivo and Matten. Thrilling victory on day 1, 6-2, comfortable first set. They were leading in the second set, but lost it 4-6. They were behind in the tiebreak, came back to lead, got pegged back 6-6, and then eventually won 10-8. So a win here for the Stingrays would give them 2 games played, 2 wins. Now, for Mexico Waves, a victory here would give them 1 defeat, 1 win. It would go down to sets won and games won. And then if that is tied, sets lost, games lost. And we have seen in the past, that's an unfortunate slip, or lost his trainer there. Not seen that before. Obviously not laced up correctly. That could have been dangerous. And again, just slipped it on like a slipper. Maybe just likes to wear them loose. I wouldn't, if I were you. I prefer having good support, especially that ankle area. (30-15). The scoring is identical to tennis. with a golden point at deuce. The tie-break works exactly the same way. First to 7 if it's in a set. The first or second set need to win by 2 clear points. In the third set, so if the match is tied, couldn't rescue it from the back glass. 30-all. It'll go to 10 points, super tie-break in a third, or in place of a third set. Goes long with the backhand. Oscar Almada Matias. Oh, that was really lucky. Good rescue, but suddenly struggling. Brilliant recovery there after a mistake by Matias. And is that a winner? Incredible return there from Danny Diaz. But in the end, what a backhand from Oscar Matias. Well, you saw there what happens if you can't put the shot away. Both double teams had good opportunities, and in the end made to pay San Diego Stingrays, who are now facing 2 break points. And a brilliant backhand. Not an easy shot. Oscar Matias coming up big in those last 2 points. Had to dig it out from under his feet. Matias Maxi tries to get forward to dominate the net. But that's a really clever volley into the corner. And they missed the opportunity to break. They had 2, they missed both. 2 important points won by San Diego Stingrays to tie it at 2-2. Side spin, taking it into the cage from Matias Maxi. Tries to come forward, almost cut across. Matias getting in his partner's way. Pegged back at the moment. Diaz and Andermatten. Diaz gets it back in. Trying to defend here. Andermatten in the end. Again, you're seeing dominate the net, you dominate the point. And that was well played by the Mexico Waves. Well, these players who we're seeing here in New York were drafted back in the month of February. And it's good to see players from different nationalities. Huge presence, of course, from the US, Mexico, also some Canadian players. Players from Argentina and also Spain, which produce the best players in the world right now. Quite a few Brazilians also the last few years. But if you look at the vast majority of players, they either come from either Spain or Argentina, the 2 powerhouses right now in world padel. Slightly wayward. Watching the first game here of the morning session. 10 o'clock it commenced local time in the US. at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so in just over what, 6.5 hours, 6 hours, the PPL will commence. Also day 2 there. It was an entertaining day 1. 4 games played and 3 finished in very, very quick time. The Stingrays beat the Atlantics 6-1, 6-1. Can't put it away. Matthias and both getting each other's way. And Martin draws it at Maxi. Matthias, little dink, try and edge close to the net, push back. Not the best of lobs, brings it down. The fake smash. Scoops it back up again. Ivo and Martin. Longest rally of this opening set. And just caught Matthias in no man's land. .30-40. Still have time before they play the next point to read out the rest of the results. New York Atlantics men beat the Stingrays 6-2, 6-love. DC Matrix beat Las Vegas Smash 7-5, 6-1. And in the last game, 45 minutes, the men's doubles Matrix, Las Vegas Smash, 2 sets to love, 6-love, 6-3. So wins for DC Matrix, men and women's. So they've taken a big step already to qualifying for Sunday's championship game, or at least 3rd, 4th playoff. A win for the Atlantics men's, but their women's lost to the Stingrays. Yo, there, lack of communication. Yours and mine are the Willie there from Danny Dearth. Great reflexes and awareness. Tough shot to mastermind. I wouldn't try it at home. And that is frustrating when that happens to you. The ball bounced and just got stuck up by that glass wall. There's not much you can really do. You either play it first time, half volley, tough shot, or let it bounce and hope that doesn't stay stuck against one of the glass walls. So now a golden point. Well, a war cry and a bit of frustration there also, because somehow the Mexico Waves, who were dominating 40-15, have just lost a golden point again. And they head back to their coach, heads down, trading 3 games to 2, and they've just been broken. Well, this turnaround taking slightly longer. Now, if you are a coach of the Mexico Waves, you would probably make the most of this little break pause just to chat to your players. They can't go back out there angered, frustrated. They need to remain calm. They've been playing well. They've been getting into very good positions in almost every game played so far, leading but failing to win those games. They've let slip 2 40-15 leads, which is, you know, it does explain why Matthias came off, and just you could see shaking his head and hit the ball up against the back glass, because a defeat here and they are down, they are out. There's no way they will qualify for the championship game. The pressure is definitely on them to win, whereas their opponents, San Diego Stingrays, do have a bit of a safety net because they won their game on day 1, but they did drop a set. Unlike, for example, the LA Beat, who won in straight sets against the Mexico Waves. And another cushion volley that should have cleared the net. Again, straight into the net. Hitting the net well below the tape. Unforced error, Maxi Montano. Great pick up there from Matthias. Media, halfway, that means half up, half down. And again, another missed volley, Montano. Was unfortunate. Both players are quite deep, so looking for the jada, the little drop shot. One of the best shots is the dormilona, which is a type of drop shot. Basically, you send the ball to sleep, so it just drops over the other side of the net and dies. Well, if you die, it's not quite going to sleep, is it? But anyway. Basically, the dormilona. So just with plenty of backspin, normally just flick it over the net, and sometimes it bounces back into the net, which makes it almost impossible to retrieve. At least for me. There's nothing worse when somebody does a drop shot and there's backspin and you're running towards the ball and the ball's moving away from you. So in the opposite direction. Well, that was a wild slash there. Oscar Matthias, who was umming and ahhing, maybe cursing even, as he came off the court. And both he and his doubles partner have just lost their focus. They are 4-2 down, one breakdown in this opening set. Now, if you are the San Diego Stingrays, you would be thinking, okay, let's just keep it safe. Minimize errors. Let's try and control the net, because they're making mistakes. Brilliant put away, great angle, slightly out of position. Maxi Montano. That's still an excellent shot. 30-all. Oh, we saw this. Ooh. I mean, timeouts don't exist. Timeouts don't exist in paddle. If they did, probably 2 or 3 points ago, you would have gone timeout and just got the players back, because they have really lost their way. From leading 2-1, 3-2, that 2-2 to 3-2 when they went back after losing back-to-back games after leading 40-15. That's it. They've now lost 3 straight games. And they trail 5-2. They'll be serving to try and stay in the match. So it's not looking good. Oh, some highlights of this opening match. Mexico Waves, San Diego Stingrays, Oscar Matias, Maxi Mondano trailing 5-2 to Danny Diaz and Ivo and Matin from the San Diego Stingrays here at the Paddle House Greenpoint in Brooklyn. Later on today, as soon as this match finishes, it will be the turn of the Houston Volts Las Vegas Smash women's doubles. Los Angeles beat New York Atlantic's men's. DC Matrix Miami Paddle Club women's doubles. So we have lots of good games to look forward to here on day 2 of the PPL 2. And of course, they basically run from one session into another, because this yesterday ended just before 5 o'clock local time. And at 5 o'clock, the PPL started. Now, today, day 2 of the competition, for those who may want to watch... Ooh, that was not great there from Danny Diaz. For those who want to watch PPL 1, you've got the Florida Goats women's taking on Miami Paddle Club, followed by the men's doubles, and the Mexico Waves again in action. We're seeing the PPL 2 team here. Well, the PPL 1 side face the Toronto Polar Bears. Again, women's doubles, followed by the men's doubles. Big winner. Smash that brings it back. Now sometimes if those smashes come off a sidewall or at an angle off the back wall, they can clear the side fence, which is 3 meters high, and a player can dart out of that little doorway, avoiding the net and post and frame. So you need to have quick feet, be agile, and somehow follow the flight of the ball at the same time. You can keep that shot alive, even win the shot. If you do so, it's called a salida, which is basically exit in Spanish. $30 all. Now, on the court next to us, okay, you've got some players warming up. It's the New York Atlantics, because this is actually the training venue also for the PPL, as Matias hits a weak volley into the net, and we have a set point. Although that little orangey coloured ball, which indicates the people serving, is on Mexico Waves, it is the Stingrays who are serving. And Matin to come forward. And a mistake again by Oscar Matias. And the first set claimed by the San Diego Stingrays. Danny Diaz, Ivo, and Matin. 6-2. They take that first set. There'll be some highlights. And then do join us for the second set. You've got about 2 minutes if you need to quickly skip off and make yourself a cup of tea or a nice cup of coffee. Those are the stats from the opening set. Second set just starting here at the Padel House, Greenpoint, Brooklyn. Just quickly recap. Points won 59% of the points by the San Diego Stingrays. They converted 60% of their break points, both winning 2 golden points apiece, so 50% each. Let's see if the Mexico Waves can improve in their second set. Now, they did in their previous match, but still lost to Jacobo Blanco and Luis Estrada of LA Beat. Bidwell and Martin to pick the one out from behind him. And that's excellent play now. Waiting to get back into the court. Where do you go? The other side. Impossible there to Adam Matter, but did really well to A, get out of the way, and then sometimes you've got to time your entrance back onto court. Love 15. Stretch Diaz, and that wasn't a shot for Ivo. Goes to the big hit, Diaz. There's a salida. And unable to chip it back into play, unfortunately. That ball went up and hit the roof. The roof is actually quite high here. Very good ceiling at this venue. And Martin. Matias, good angle on that, was looking for the cage. And there we saw how Ivo had to step forward, probably take it high, maybe earlier than he would have wanted, because he didn't want the ball to hit that side fence. Matthias being frustrated. Again, another volley into the net. So we have break points. It is actually the Mexico Waves who are serving. 30-40 down in this first game. You don't want to be broken at the start of the second set, especially if you've lost the opening set of the match. Matthias. That safety lob to get back into position there from Ivo. And that again was slightly wild. Good length on that. Oh, Matten. Really tough shot there for Matthias. Scrambling. Maxi, they've done a good job so far. The fake smash. And Matten's up the net, but he can't put it away. Really good defense there from the Mexico Waves. And they come away with the point. And that's a massive, massive point. Mexico Waves take the opening game 1-0. Important way to start the set, because if you've lost the first set and you've made a few unforced errors, 6-2, you're serving at the start of the second set. You can't really afford to lose your service game, because then you're playing catch up throughout the match. So important there for the Mexico Waves, and that was really well played because they were under the cosh. Maxi and Matthias, delightful. Look at that, no power needed. Effortless. The backhand winner bouncing close to the net to give it that angle to climb high over the sidewall. 3 meters, 4 meters, the back wall. So there are shots in paddle for the por tres, 4-3, and the 4-4. Doesn't quite sound the same, does it? In English, the por cuatro. And that's if you hit a smash that goes over the back fence. That's a por cuatro because the fence is 4 meters. And I think you can work out for yourself why the por tres is called what it is, because of course the side fence is 3 meters, and if the smash goes over that side fence, then it's a por tres or 4-3. There are a lot of Spanish words in paddle, as the sport did originate in a Spanish-speaking country, Mexico, and then moved to Marbella on the south coast of Spain, and then Argentina. So, whereas in quite a few sports the language is English, the jargon used, here there are lots of words, and I'll be bringing you translations. The víbora, which is a viper. It's a angled shot, normally executed near the net. The bandeja is a tray, okay, and it's a technique used often in paddle. When the ball is high, you kind of open up the racket head like a tray, and the action of lowering a tray with that spinning the wrist action down low to your waist is the bandeja. So it's called the tray shot in English. I actually prefer the bandeja. Chiquita, gancho, globo, bajada, tacuela. I mean, encadenado. There are quite a few. The contrapared, cuchilla, chancletazo. And hopefully, by the end of the 4 days, we'll be fluent in Spanish, at least paddle jargon. Now, if you've heard any of the commentary from yesterday, you would have heard me saying chancletazo. Chancletazo. I love it. It's like a slap shot. Quick, hard, flat. It's like you're there standing with a... What a wonderful shot that was from Danny Diaz. A flip-flop in your hand. Yes, a flip-flop. And you just take a swipe at something, a fly. Well, that action, smack, is the chancletazo, because the chancla is a flip-flop in Spanish. And they love to add azo at the end of words just to make it sound a bit more powerful, like gol, golazo, chancla, chancletazo. Enough basic Spanish. Back to the paddle. Up from Montaño. Battling well in this first set. Goes the big topspin smash, and didn't win the point, but set up Danny Diaz. Really well played there by Ivo, and the follow-up Diaz, who saw how good that shot was and just approached the net. Racket distance away from the centre. Had it covered, had he been on his side, that ball would have travelled back to his doubles partner, who was deep, and they would have been again on the back foot. So important that sometimes you take that gamble and look to intercept a ball that's going cross court. Of course, you time it wrong, you leave a big gap, you might see a passing shot down your side. Good bajada, allows it to pass by him, Ivo. Just gives him time to get into position, and Matthias just swipes it out. We are seeing too many unforced errors. I know it's difficult out there, and if you're playing catch up, there's a bit more added pressure, but always look to minimize errors. So it's not just playing lobs and lobs and not looking to win the point. I mean, you can do that by grinding down opponents, but don't take wild swipes. Be patient. If you're unsure what to do, a lob is normally the best option if you are standing behind the service line. Couldn't get out the way there, Ivo. Apology there from Maxi. Well, they are definitely playing better, a bit like they did on day one when they came out in that second set. Still making a few unforced errors, but playing with a bit more confidence. Some highlights. What can you learn from watching paddle? Everything. Position. Shots to play now. You're not expected to play these kind of shots, but the basics are the same. You keep a rally alive. You've got to bend low for a low shot. Try to always get under the ball if possible. Smashes, the technique. There we saw that earlier shot, taking that gamble, Danny Diaz, and taking over the centre of the court. A slightly longer break than we expect normally. Of course, there's no umpire here. Otherwise, you would have heard time about a minute ago, at least. (6-2). First set, San Diego Stingrays, Mexico Waves with serve in this second set. Brilliant shot. There was hardly a gap there. Maxi took a baby step to his left and there arrowed the passing shot. Ivo 15 love. Love. Good cover there from Matthias. Doesn't get enough height. Recovers well. Ivo has to track across Diaz. Now you see quickly how both players want to kind of move back to their side of the court, and that was brilliant there. Great winner, Ivo. The idea is you get back to your side of the court as soon as possible. And there we have our first love service game. 2-2 in this second set. With serve in this second set. Clever lob there. Cool. Here starting forward. And Perron, just a quick apology from Ivo as his smash hit the back of Montaño. Got the atrás call. Matthias from Maxi, but the player had stayed back, and there we see it wasn't poor shot selection but positioning from San Diego Stingrays. Danny Diaz was kind of waiting for Ivo to come forward, didn't, so he took like a step back, and in the end, in that no man's land, it's a lot easier for balls to be played right at your feet. Well, that just dropped dead as it hit the back glass. There's so much backspin on that backhand from Montaño. Ivo. Nice shot there from Matthias, then races forward. How to turn defense into offense. Perfect. Good passing shot, darted forward to build on the good passing shot. You stay back and then you're on the back foot for the rest of the point. Need to always try and gain control of the net and have that constant communication with your doubles partner. Matthias. And that's an excellent recovery, the salida from Danny Diaz to keep the shot alive. Still 40-15. The problem is when you have a salida and you come back onto court, sometimes you just struggle to get back into position. And that was well played by the Mexico Waves. 3-2 in the second set with serve. First set to the San Diego Stingrays, Danny Diaz, an Ivo and a Matten. Let's quickly just check on stats from the first set. 6-2 it finished to the Stingrays, winning 59% of the points, 57% of serves. Also coming out on top in 60% of the long rally. So not much difference really when you compare the two teams, but enough to take that first set 6-2. Here 3-2 to Mexico Waves in this second set. Just past the hour mark in this first game of day 2. Diaz serving. Again, that backhand body looking for the cage. That's unlucky, just crawled along the tape. Could have dropped either side. 15-all. $30-15. Oh, again, finds the cage with that sliced backhand cross court. Great angle that from Ivo. High lob. Had to backtrack slightly. It's one of those ones you're kind of heading into the side wall and you're not too sure, am I going to hit it or not? And then you're not positioned correctly to hit the shot. In those kind of situations, sometimes you can let it bounce, but then you give your opponents time to come to the net. 40-30. Just need the next 2 points. Mexico ways for an important break. Not enough top spin on that. And that's a mistake by Ovo and a Matten. Golden point at 2-3. Didn't hit the winner. And that just sat up invitingly for the Mexico waves. Maxi Mondano with the smash. And now a bit of pressure on the Stingrays. They've not felt much in this match. Incredible return there. What a shot by Maxi. Now can they win this point and break? Maxi again. Matthias. Well, that was brilliant play. Incredible. And what a salida. I have to say that's the best salida I've seen so far here. On day 2, raced out, and a really clever shot with so much spin right into the corner. Really difficult for Ivo and Matten. I hope we see that shortly in the highlights. Played one super tie break on day 1, San Diego Stingrays. They won it 10-8 against the Florida Goats, beating Briega and Di Francesco. Briega, very good Spanish player, and Vinny Di Francesco, best US young player. Has a really good future ahead of him if he continues this current progression. Of activity on all the courts here. Always busy, but there are still courts available if you are, from this area, and you can go to one of the paddle houses in New York. Do book, get a coach, or just come with 3 work colleagues, friends, family members, and give paddle a go. You will fall in love with the sport straight away. Now, if there was an umpire now, I'll say time and get them a warning. You've got 30 seconds, but not after every point, to have a little pep talk. Well, no umpire. Was it in or out? Ivo's saying it was out. Maxi's saying it was in. Danny Diaz shrugs his shoulders, and Matthias was at the far end. Well, just showing his opponent how that ball came out. It's the first time we've actually seen a bit of a dispute. see it here. And they continue here. Vale, dos. In the end, they're doing the point again. They couldn't agree, so they just replaying the point. And sometimes you might feel aggrieved. It was a huge point, of course. Back from Adam Mattin. And couldn't climb high enough either. Now, of course, an umpire there would have called it in or out. There's also a quick Hawkeye review. Sometimes players just agreed to just play the point again. Gets it back really well there, Maxi. Great defense, but at the third, either couldn't keep it alive. Sometimes you think it's better to switch player, like 2 or 3 shots at one player, then quickly switch to the other. There are other players that just prefer peppering the same player because you have less and less time to prepare. Whereas the other player might not be in the rally, but is still probably better positioned to return. Oh, what a point. What a way to win the game and set up 5-2. Just took all the sting out of the shot, all the pace. It was all about placement. The racket finish high across the shoulder. Just saw that ball drift cross court. Brilliant angle, and it bounced just beyond the reach of Danny Diaz. So 5-2 in this second set. Six-2 first set. San Diego Stingrays, 5-2 Mexico Waves, lead in this second set. Only one breakdown though, the Stingrays. They hold on to their service game, 5-3. They break 5-4. They win their service game, 5-5. First things first though. Serving to stay in the second set. They lose this service game, we're going to be headed for a super tie break. pressure on the Stingrays, but with that safety net of having won the first set. Over Matten, there with the cap, Diaz. Not seeing too many big hits from Diaz because, well, got out the way brilliantly there, Matthias, but can he get forward? Now he falls back by a good lob. Still unable to get forward. And in the end, they win the point because the ball just travelled in the opposite direction. Danny was prepared for the ball coming one way. It went the other because of the spin. 15-all. Momentum definitely with the Mexico Waves in this second set. That was frustration. It probably, I mean, it got a kind bounce as it went out, but that could easily have just hit that metal fence and sat there. There was frustration there from Ivo, and I know the Mexico players can see it. Oh, keep working. And a Matten. You don't want to give them points though. Still, all they need to do is win their next service game, the Mexico Waves, to set up a super tie break. Well, a good service game. 3 straight points from 15-all. And now it's the Mexico Waves serving to take this second set. Again, blaming the back glass. It's not the back glass's fault, but sometimes, there you go, getting it out. You get sweat on that back glass, and the ball just comes off completely differently if it hits a damp surface or a slightly wet glass wall, which is why it's important to always just dry it if you can, if you have a towel. I mean, it's not something that will influence a great deal if the players are novices or intermediate, but of course at this level you expect the ball to do one thing. If it does the other, you probably end up losing the point. Gets it just high enough, doesn't hit it over the back fence, but it hits that fence and kicks up really high. Now sometimes it can go up almost at a right angle and then just sits invitingly for the opposing team. But on this occasion, Olivier seeing his smash come back to his side of the court. 15-all. Two more points. Taking his time, going for the serve. Lovely lob that, but watched carefully. Look how slow that return was by Matthias. Asks for the call, gets the call and hits a really good shot. The power, more than anything there, caught out Diaz. Maybe expecting a lob over Ivo and a Matten, and wasn't prepared for that drilled bajada. Shot brought down from high to low off that back glass, and they set themselves up now with 3 set points. Mexico Waves serving to send this match into a super tie break. And it will go to a super tie break. Well, in consecutive days, the San Diego Stingrays will be playing 2 super tie breaks. They had the experience from day one where they beat the Florida Goats 10 points to 8. Now, sometimes when you carry momentum into the super tie break, your favourites, didn't happen in that victory for the Stingrays yesterday because they dropped the second set but won the super tie break. Here they've dropped the second set again to the Mexico Waves, but would they consider themselves favourites in that super tie break? The experience from yesterday, but I would put my money on the Mexico Waves. I think they've been playing much better in this second set. They've erased almost completely those mistakes they were making from the opening set. They have been controlling the net, winning points from good positions, and right now pressure on both because a defeat for the Mexico Waves and they will not qualify for Sunday. If they win, they would have one defeat, one victory, but their defeat was in just 2 sets to the LA Beat. The Stingrays would also have one victory, one defeat if they lose here, but they won in a super tie break and would lose in a super tie break now, so they would have won one more set, which would put them above their opponents. Now, should the Las Vegas Smash then lose, then we could have a few teams tying. But a win for the San Diego Stingrays, and they would probably qualify for Championship Day. We'd have to wait and see if they are the best pairing, second, third or fourth. And wayward there in this super tie break. Well, they started the match slowly. Mexico Waves grew into it in the second set, so maybe they can try and take some faith from how they played in the first 2 sets to build up some steam here, because it's not the best of starts in the super tie break. Down 3-0. Again, that middle shot gives him a chance to get to the net. Oh, mistake there by Matthias. No. What a shame. Well, blink, and yes, it's 5-0. It's first to 10 in the super tie break. So, still time for the Mexico Waves, but they've got to get something up on the board. in their defeat on day one, they managed to salvage 5 match points before losing to the LA Beat. So they can play under pressure. But right now, changing ends after 6 points, it's 6-love. And there was me saying I thought Mexico Waves played really well in the second set and could probably carry that momentum into the super tiebreak. Not happening. So let's see what happens in these next points. Can they get something up on that scoreboard? Decent serve, Maxi Montaño. Lovely shot there from Matias. Not too soft. Would have allowed Danny Diaz to play it back off the back glass and back over the net. Too hard, would have gone to the back glass. Would have been easy. That was just perfect. Now, time to break. Uses the cage really well. Again, Matias. Back-to-back points. It's a start for the Mexico Waves. Break again. Win your 2 serves. And it's game on in the super tie break. And they have won the point. It's 3 in a row for the Mexico Waves. Now 2 serves. They are still down in breaks. But there's a lifeline for Oscar Matias and Maxi Montaño. They're dominating the net clearly. Well, look at this. 4 points in a row. Maybe some nerves on that Stingrays side. Really good serve again. Goes for the big hit. Doesn't clear. Really good pick up there from Maxi. At the net. The Stingrays, but forced back with a good lob from Matias. Had to stretch down low. Backhand volley is there for the taking. And there you go. 5 points in a row. Now they are just 1 mini break down. They win 1 of the next 2 points. We are back to square one. Ivo serving. Oh, really unfortunate. The spin there, just catching out Maxi. 7-5, but it's still okay. They're still doing really well. The last time they switched ends, they were down 6 points to love. 7-5. They win this next point. It's with serve. They win their next 2 serves. They'll be leading 8 points to 7. Now, not stopping to speak to their coach, the 2 players from Mexico. Well, they did what they needed to do. (7-6) in the super tie break with serve. This would be one remarkable turnaround. They have won, incredibly, 7 of the last 8 points. Matten sends it over Matthias, looking for the cage, and that was a really clever approach volley. Little flick of the wrist, it went down low, dipped, and Adam Matten couldn't scoop it back over the net. And for the first time in this super tiebreak, the Stingrays are behind. And that's the perfect smash. 8-all. Well, they won the super tiebreak in their first match, 10 points to 8. Now this would be tough on the Waves, should they fight back to tie and then lose. Also tough on the Stingrays if you fail to win after leading 6-0. What about that for a backhand passing shot? Incredible. Ahead for just the second time in this super tiebreak, 9 points to 8. And serving for the win. Oh no. Another mini debate. Hopefully not as long as the last one, but look at this. 9-8, match point, first serve, second serve. Again, the player receiving, Ivo and Matten. Oscar, Amada Matthias. Second serve. It's a decent delivery. Maxi. Good passing shot there from Danny Diaz. Another shot from the Chilean. Kisses the net. Still very much alive. Scooped up by Matthias. Backtracking Adam Matten. And look at that. Wow. Incredible play. Under pressure. Steps up and puts away the volley. Inch perfect. You could not squeeze it any tighter against the sidewall. Danny Diaz with the put away. 9-9. Well, we've had everything in the super tie break. Well, back-to-back points, the pressure now on, what a game, on the Waves, 10-9. Well, not a bad way to start day 2. Just like how we started day 1. Same culprits, San Diego Stingrays. They won the super tie break and they lead here 10 points to 9. They faced a match point. Danny Diaz with the winner, and now can they claim their second win? 2 games played, 2 games won. And this Mexico can tie it at 10-10. The Waves on the back foot. Need to get in front of the service line if possible, but dominating the net. The Stingrays. Ivo and Matten goes to the big winner. It's not good enough, but that shot comes up short from Maxi. And it's out. And wow, what a win. What a roller coaster super tiebreak. I can't remember a tiebreak where some team were leading 6-0, then find themselves behind, facing a match point. They stay in it and then go on to win the super tiebreak. So 2 matches played and both won in super tiebreaks. Danny Diaz and Ivo and Matten. And for the Mexico Waves, they came so close to taking their first victory. beaten in straight sets by the LA Beat on day 1 and losing in a super tiebreak on day 2. They will not be in Championship Sunday. As for the San Diego Stingrays, they're in a good position. Yes, they have dropped 2 sets, but they have won both matches. Now, don't go too far away. Straight away, it's going to be the turn of the Houston Volts and Las Vegas Smash. Women's doubles taking place here at the Paddle House Greenpoint in Brooklyn, day 2 of the PPL 2. Still have 3 more matches on today's scorecard. Volts, Smash, then it'll be the turn of the Los Angeles Beat, New York Atlantics making their debut here in New York, DC Matrix, Miami Paddle Club, and then it'll be day 2 over. Day 3, day 4, still plenty more paddle to come from the PPL 2 here in Brooklyn. But finishing just moments ago as we see some of the match highlights, a thrilling contest. Again, the San Diego Stingrays winning a super tiebreak. Congratulations to Ivo and Matten and Danny Dearth. I have to say, after being pegged back in that super tiebreak and then facing a match point, I would have put my money on Mexico Waves. Lucky, I'm not a betting man. And there were a couple of tense moments. Of course, there's no umpire, but in the end, lots of sportsmanship. And what was a very good match. Not a bad way to start the day here in the States. So, approaching midday local time. Remember, at 5 o'clock US time, PPL will commence from the Hammerstein Ballroom. 10 pro teams in action. The same 10 teams with players in the PPL and also PPL 2. Here we're watching the final points of this highlight reel in the super tie break, where the Stingrays came back from behind after leading 6-0, facing a match point to win in incredible style. Well, don't go too far away. Shortly, it will be the turn of the Houston Volts, Las Vegas Smash. about to start up next. Houston Volts women's doubles against the Smash. Now, Las Vegas Smash and the Houston Volts were both in action on day one. Ana Cortiles, the Spaniard, and her doubles partner, Luis Helena Perez from Venezuela, losing in straight sets to the Toronto Polar Bears 6-3, 6-2. The Volts also beaten in straight sets. That was the final game of day one. Miami Paddle Club beating the Volts. Marta Morga and Brittany Dobbins 6-love, 6-1. Now, the same two players that were in action on day one are representing Las Vegas Smash, and also we're going to see Sofia Adamanovic and Renata Martinez in action for the Volts. Now, although they lost 6-love, 6-1, they were really good. That scoreline isn't a fair reflection of what we saw in those two sets. Didn't win one single game that went to a golden point. If I'm not mistaken, there were 8 in total, so it could easily have been 4 more games, even 5 more games for the Volts. Instead, we just saw Brittany and Marta, maybe that big game experience, as both players are in their 30s, and Sofia and Renata are the youngest pairing here. Sofia is 20, Renata, the young Mexican, is still a teenager, 19 years old. Well, the players now with their coaches getting ready for the second match. Players coming out looking forward to this. There's a bit of pressure on both. Why? Because they both lost. Now, can they still qualify? Yes. For the championship game, unlikely. But you still want to pick up points. You're still aiming to be one of the top 2 pairings come the end of the regular season. Why? Well, because, well, I'll tell you, as we've got time during at least 2 sets, maybe even a super tiebreak, to explain how the format works here with the PPL and the PPL 2. 10 teams across the US, Canada, Mexico, with players in both categories, the PPL and the PPL 2. And the PPL 2 will get the chance to compete in the PPL's championship event in Miami, the Cities Cup. That will be from the 3rd to the 6th of December. We'll have a play-in against the teams finishing 7th and 8th from the PPL. And that's not a bad stage to play on. It was actually held here in New York last season. The season starting here in New York at the same venue, the Hammerstein Ballroom in Manhattan, and ending in Miami. Oh, long rally. Saw quite a few of those in both matches yesterday. That was a tough shot there down at the feet. Now, sported a cap yesterday with Helena Perez. Some players, sometimes with the floodlights, these are good floodlights, they don't interfere, but they just have that kind of, they're accustomed to wearing baseball caps. And also if you play outdoors, for the hair as well, I don't have that issue. But yes, you know, you wear a cap, so easy to distinguish between the two players. And here, nearer to this back glass, you have the doubles team from the Houston Volts. Drive side, Sophia. Renata plays on the backhand side. Now the switch here, a bit shorter time the players have after just one game. Normally see these pauses take longer and longer because there's no umpire here to shout time again, and warning, and then point deduction. So when it does get a bit tight and there are some tired legs on the show, we might see a few players just taking their time, trying to grab a bit of a breather, an extra 30 or so seconds. Couldn't get down low enough on that occasion with Elena Perez. 15-love. Didn't win their only game from that defeat to Houston Volts until that second set. 2-1, but then lost the next 4 on their way to that 6-love, 6-1 defeat. But I was impressed by how they played. They played really well against, you know, the experienced Dobbins, USA #1, and the player ranked 4th in women's ranking, Marta Morga. And also, those two players are, not mistaken, 34 and 30. And, you know, 19, 20, Renata and Sophia. Aiming those couple of volleys down the middle. Renata. Left a big gap on that occasion. Sophia. And well picked out by Ana Cortiles, whose doubles partner happens to be Miami Paddle Club player Brittany Dobbins. And the two, less than a week ago, claiming a title in La Nucia in Valencia, Spain. Now we are starting to see players from North America climb up the rankings, the international rankings. The highest women's player is currently Brittany, just outside the top 80, but with her highest placing of her career thanks to that win in La Nucia last week. It's not chilly here, but still opting for a long sleeve top. Anna, it hits that volleyed winner. Again, another well-placed volley. Took a while for Sophia and Renata just to kind of build confidence. Tentative start to the match last night. And they've won a game here, but they need to take a few gambles, try and get to that net. You see Renata just staying back. Needs to take a step or two forward. Here they are, forced back with that lob. Want to regain it again. It's always Sophia who goes up quicker and further than her doubles partner. good contra pared by Sofia. That was the only option really she had, was to play it against her own back wall and take it over the net. But it's 40 love. Two one. Some of the highlights from the opening 3 games here at the Paddle House, Greenpoint, Brooklyn. This is the second match of day 2. Had a thrilling contest, just like we did on day 1 with the San Diego Stingrays. We beat Florida Goats in the super tie break yesterday and did it again today, beating the Mexico Waves, who had a match point in that super tie break. Ivo and Matin and Danny Diaz just holding on. So 2 wins in their 2 matches. The San Diego Stingrays, Mexico Waves, sadly for them, 2 defeats from their 2 matches played. Bent down low for that volley, tough one. And that shot into the net. Now we're seeing, if you watch yesterday's match, the Houston Volts play a good yard further forward. They're looking to get to the net much more. Now, it's not easy when you're playing against better opponents. But still, regardless of who you play against, you've got to try and dominate the net, and that's a good winner there from Renata Martinez. What you can hear, by the way, on the other courts at this venue are the players from other teams practicing, not just the PPL 2. This is also the venue used by the PPL players. We saw the Atlantics earlier training. Going out. Sometimes if you look past you, find yourselves backtracking. If you're at the net, you might just want to take that volley and stay in control of the net. Oh, that's a wonderful passing shot down the middle. Risk-free, those shots down the middle. And also, you get that sometimes like a communication where the 2 players at the net aren't too sure who should cover. That shot was bang down the centre. Oh, brilliant. Onto the cage, onto that corner. Always so difficult to retrieve. And that one is out from the Venezuelan. Well, golden points. They don't have fond memories, do they, of the golden points, the vaults? That's now 9 played, 9 lost. 8 were from the match played yesterday. But it's not just bad luck. Of course, also it's experience playing those big points. Handling the pressure when there's so much at stake. Tough serve that for Renata. That double-handed backhand, very tennis-esque. Great exchange here at the net. And that is wide. Now you are allowed to have these little pep talks between points. Just gives you time to regroup. Sometimes make really fine adjustments. You don't have much time to do anything else, but just stay back or maybe play more shots cross-court down the line. Let's just focus our game on the weaker player. Scoot back. Right, Luis Thelena, 32-year-old Venezuelan. Doubles partner, slightly younger, 29-year-old Ana Cortiles. Perez serves and kind of stayed back. They were a bit lucky to get away with that point because it wasn't best of serves, and straight away we saw Cortiles just take a step back, and then you're not too sure, is my doubles partner retreating to the service line or should we both attack the net? Sends over the high lob, Sofia. I'll start throwing in a few paddle words, some paddle jargon shortly. I'll be sure to describe the shots as well. I'm sure most of you have heard of the bandeja. We've seen a few contra paredes, those shots that come off the back glass and back over the net. There's the bajada, and it's a brilliant one. What a winner. Renata Martinez. And the Las Vegas Smash facing 2 break points. They lead 3 games to 1. Oh, they salvaged 1. Still, break point now. Can Houston win a golden point? High up by Sofia. Give a chip and charge. Backtracking. And that's not, and it should have been a winner. That's great reflexes by Luis Elena Perez. Cortiles. They should have won that point outright. They've missed the opportunity. Will be made to pay. Renata has to track back. Woof, that was really high there from Sofia. It's a huge point. Chance to break back for the Houston Volts. Chance to consolidate the break. Las Vegas smash, the longest rally of this opening set. Nobody wants to make a mistake. And look at that. Key point won by the Volts. Finally, they've won a golden point. The second of this match. Having not won any on day one. Maybe it's no longer their Achilles heel. Oh, an important break there for the Houston Volts. Sophia and Renata getting that golden point finally. And that might just take some pressure off them. And we saw the Houston Volts, there was a bit of tension. Not from the Volts, I mean they were smiling. But the smash as they came off court. Elena Perez missed a really good opportunity to win the point outright. So I don't know if that was personal frustration or because there were a couple of shots that perhaps she thought her doubles partner could have done differently. Yeah, if they high five when they come back out, normally some words were exchanged over by the coach's bench. Serving to try and tie this first set, the Houston Volts. Really good backhand cross court, looking for the fence there. And that backhand straight into net. It wasn't a tough serve, it was towards the body, and sometimes you don't have that room to maneuver. Renata Martina, 15-0. That is a decent serve down the middle. And look at that. It wasn't even an approach volley, that was a winner. Slice to backhand, a really good technique. Just died as it hit the back glass. To put it over Renata, who's the slightly short of the two players for the Volts. 30-all. Oh, they're just here discussing the score. Iguales, 30-all. Great point. Well, you've just broken your opponents. Important you try and hang on to your service game. Under pressure, the Houston Volts. Of course, you've just been broken. The best thing is to break back immediately. Got a good approach for us. That's brilliant there, Sophia. Having to track back. Gets good height on the lob. Just allows her and a doubles partner to get into position. And there, that's not an easy shot to play. But maybe the body, the way it was turned, not expecting that shot. A bit more distance between yourself and the back glass, better positioned. And they've just been broken, the Houston Volts. So now serving a break up Las Vegas smash. Cordelis, that backhand cross court. One of our trademark shots. Oh, that's a full stretch. Keep the rally alive. And a brilliant punch volley in that gap down the middle. Well played, Luis Elena Perez. Atrás viniendo ahora. It's really good to hear the conversations. That's why it's actually great that, you know, this is a tight venue, training courts here for the PPL. Really good centre, this one in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. But we're so close to the action that we can hear the conversations of the players. And it's a constant, it's like a drill. In a good way. Constant. Bang, bang, bang. Suba, baja, up, down, back, right, they're forward, they're back, they're forward, they're back. Constantly talking to your doubles partner. Now here, why? Because there's a lob, and when you're facing the opposite direction, you need to know where your opponents are standing. Are they both at the net? Are they back? Are they deep? Is one coming forward? Great angle on that shot by Renata. Cuts across brilliantly, and that's a really good shot there from Cordelis. So important there. You take that gamble, just like in tennis. You're kind of hovering on your side of the court, and when you see that opportunity to dart towards the centre, you've got to make it count, because otherwise you're out of position. But there we saw Ana Cordelis hitting the winning shot, and now they lead 5-2 in this opening set. Let's watch it again here. That was the earlier shot in the rally. That was an earlier winner by Renata Martinez. And there we see gambling, cutting across, taking on the volley, Ana Cordelis to make it 5-2. Has been playing really well today, Ana Cordelis. drafted in the first round, pick number 7. Fine Las Vegas smash. Under pressure, Houston Volts, trailing 5-2. They've been playing well, but you know, it's a lack of experience, something they will no doubt gain here at the PPL 2, which is a great opportunity for these younger players to test themselves against better opponents. That's, you know, a great way to improve your game. Pushing yourself, being tested, and even in big defeats, you can learn a lot. And we are seeing them play much better today than they did in that defeat 24 hours ago. Let's see how they go about this next game. They were broken on their previous service game. Backtracking there, Renata able to scoop it back into play. Love 15. Now how they're lining up, it's a bit like in doubles, Australian, in that you always stay on your side. So if you are the drive player, by positioning or setting yourself up like that, you can cut across to your side of the court. But you've got to be careful sometimes because you've got, you know, some court to cover. I mean, here you are on your normal side because Sophia plays on the drive side, forehand, and Renata on the backhand side. It's when you're serving from the other side that you've got to get back onto that right-hand side, and if it isn't the best of serves, sometimes you can get punished. Opts for that deep double-handed backhand lob and steps forward. Stayed slightly, you can see there. It was a tough shot because perhaps with Elena Perez could have been level, at least with Ana Cordiles slightly closer to the net. 20-year-old Sofia serving, trying to stay alive in this opening set. Driven forehand. You see very little topspin used on ground shots. You get it on the overhead smash to give it that extra kick if you want to see it climb over the side wall or back wall. And that is long from the Houston Volts, facing 2 set points. That's a brilliant passing shot. Just tucked away the volley, lovely there from Renata. They save 1 set point. Another golden point. 1 apiece so far in this opening set. Cordiles with a volley there. Perez to cover Cordiles. They're having to defend here. Las Vegas trying to get forward, and they do. That's a really good lob, and that's unfortunate, just hang up there. Sometimes that happens with the back fence. They recovered well, the Houston Volts. Well, the last golden point was the longest rally of the set. Sophia. Another lob, that one comes up short. And that's unfortunate. You could see there just the lack of depth and height on that lob. You do tie after such a long point. And there they were, the smash to capitalise with a winner and take that opening set 6-2. But they've had to work hard for it again. They won 2-1 golden points, but much better from the vaults. Definitely a marked improvement from their performance on day one. They are growing in experience. Let's see how they come out for the second set. We'll leave you some highlights from the opening set. We'll be back after a short, very short break. First set going to the Las Vegas Smash, Ana Cortiles and Luis Elena Perez. 6-2. But just like we saw in the vaults defeat on day one, they play much better than the scoreline indicates. 6-1 defeat to Miami Padel Club could easily have been 6-3, 6-3. That would have been a fair reflection on what we actually saw during those two sets. Slightly long there from Sofia Adamovic, just 20 years old. Just watching there, and until now, that happens quite often. But sometimes you just try to freeze out the best player. You look to play most of the shots to who you think could be the weaker player, or even the player who's just having a bad day. And Renata there, with that volley into the net, and a love service game for the smash. New balls. So let's see if the Volks can bounce back from losing that first set. Second serve. Just like in tennis, for it to be a first serve, needs to hit the net and bounce to the opposite side of the court. Parried volley there from Renata. Didn't have time to get out of the way. Now to hit that back glass. Maybe turn a defensive shot into an offensive shot. And that was crafty there. Very crafty indeed from Cordiles. Great racket head control to kind of get those angles. Good passing shot, but reacted quickly, but couldn't get it back over Renata. Looking for an early break in this second set. Las Vegas smash. Renata Martinez. Clever. Look for that. Renata. Cross court up against the cage. Those slice volleys, and executed with a bit of backspin, can just cause that board to skid and stay low after bouncing, even lower after hitting the glass or fence. They lose the next point, and they are now facing 2 break points in the opening service game of the second set. And both players were pegged back up against the glass, sitting ducks. And in the end, an easy winner for Elena Perez. So, a break early in the second set. 2 games to love. Well, they definitely picked up the tempo. Normally happens, if you're winning points, you want to play those points one after another. Build up steam, momentum, play them quick. If you're not winning the points, sometimes it's good just to pause, take it a bit slower between points. And that's not the first time we've seen that with Sophia. It is difficult to guess when that ball goes right into that corner. It hits the back wall, sidewall, comes off at a very different angle. It hits the sidewall and back wall in that order. And sometimes you just can't know, because it's so tight, where is it going to come out. And there are occasions where it literally hits the joint, and that's even worse. Can be very unpredictable. But of course, the more air miles you have, the more hours you've played, you start understanding how that court works, the bounce of the ball, the kind of effects also that you see used in paddle. I mean, of course, you have a lot of backspin with those drop shots, side spin on volleys, top spin on smashes. But the slice is a very useful shot in paddle. So while we wait for the change of ends, for those watching who are first-timers, new to the sport, the basics, there's a bit of tennis, a bit of squash, because you've got the walls, and of course, one bounce, rackets and a ball. Point system, serving cross court. But unlike tennis, as you can see, it's a closed court. You've got walls on 4 sides. Now, the playing area is 10 meters wide and 20 meters long. You can see there's a fence or cage or mesh part, and then also glass. If you serve and hit the mesh, it's out. The point system. Games start at love, 15, 30, 40, and then of course juice, which is a golden point. And the shots are similar, although there are quite a few shots that are unique to paddle. The bandeja, the tray shot, is one. The víbora, which is an angled shot, hit harder, quick, deceptive, is another. Of course, the contra pared, that shot that uses the back wall to return a difficult ball, is also unique to paddle. And the salida, which is when you've got a race off court. We saw quite a few of those in the previous match. Try and get that ball back into play, the salida. So la salida, dash off court. It's quite a daring move, because you've got to make it out through that doorway in one piece, and come back in one piece, and then play the ball. But it happens, and often. 15-30. Houston vaults. 30 up, goes long. Atrás, atrás, that's the shout that the players were back, and they both came forward to quickly change that call. Brilliant there, once again, Ana Cortiles. I mean, has been around for quite a few years on the world paddle circuit. Has that experience that two opponents don't have. Just 19 Renata, 20 Sofia. And that experience showing from 30 up, 2 straight points. Now 4-love lead in this second set. Now a defeat for the Vaults would definitely rule them out of qualifying for day 4. They would have played 2, lost 2, both in straight sets. As for Las Vegas Smash, 1 defeat if they win here, 1 victory. Again, gets caught up after that ball into the corner, Sofia. And we are seeing in this second set very few unforced errors from the Las Vegas Smash players. Back-to-back points for Houston Vaults, 30 all. carried there by Anna. It was a really clever lob. Falls back again. And that's a brilliant winner there from Sophia. Bit of rage in that smash, but good to see. 2 break points for Houston Volts. Chance to come forward. That was a deep lob. That was the middle ground. Well, Renata Martinez. Just see, when it's a breakpoint, golden point, the rallies just seem to last a bit longer. Players unwilling to take too many risks. But now we have a golden point, number 4 of the match. 2 have been won by the team serving. And they've now won 3 or 4. And a 5-love lead. Well, that is something you'd want to do with the players, is sit them down and talk about pressure points, how to play those key points. And sometimes it's like if you play basketball and things aren't going your way, the hoop just seems to get smaller and the ball heavier. Tennis, the racket just becomes heavier. Here the gaps become smaller, the racket just seems to weigh more. You can feel the pressure mounting, because having lost all the golden points they played on day 1, the Volts, they've lost 3 or 4 today. So I believe that is 11 lost, 1.1 in a golden point over 2 matches. I'm not saying it should be the other way around, but more even balance would be, say, having won 5 of the points they played, golden points, not just the 1. Well, we could be headed for a straight set win for Las Vegas Smash. Ana Cortiles with Elena Perez. Then they will have to wait and see what happens later today and also on day 3 of competition, because they could still be in the hunt for a place on podium day, Sunday. Second serve, Renata Martinez. Well, that's set up invitingly for Sophia. That's a brilliant shot there from Aretha Leonard, but not a winner. But that one was 2 really good, tough shots from deep. Excellent ground shot the first to set up the winner, but that wasn't easy either. Playing really well, the player from Venezuela. Very tough few days, of course, for not just Aretha Leonard Perez, but of course everyone in Venezuela. And that was a crafty shot, not powerful. Why? Because it died at the far wall. Hit it any harder, and if you play tennis, you probably would have hit it with a topspin passing shot. It would just stay alive. And a brilliant, brilliant volley to claim point, game, set, and match. 6-2, 6-love. What a victory for Las Vegas Smash. And it's a win that keeps them alive at the moment. Though, unfortunately for the Houston Volts, for Sofia and Renata, they would have learnt a lot from their 2 games played here at the Padel House, Greenpoint, Brooklyn in the PPL 2. But unfortunately for them, 2 losses from their 2 matches. Well, we're going to see some highlights from the 2 sets. Really well played. Las Vegas Smash. I've been impressed by Sofia and Renata. Definitely 2 players worth keeping an eye on. 19-year-old Martinez from Mexico. Sofia, a 20-year-old USA player. Good thing is, I'm sure they'll be playing at the upcoming events, and they could easily improve on these performances and results. And as for Ana Cortiles and Luis Elena Perez, bouncing back from that disappointment when they lost 6-3, 6-2 to the Toronto Polo Bears on day 1. But now they've won 1, lost 1. Bit of a nervous wait ahead. Miami Padel Club take on DC Matrix later on in the late women's doubles. Now, they would want Miami Padel Club to beat DC Matrix, hopefully comfortably, because that would mean Miami would have won both matches relatively easily, and DC Matrix would have a defeat from their first game. So still, we might see Las Vegas Smash on podium day. As you watch these highlights, the next matchup just getting ready. Players are currently warming up. We've got the Los Angeles Beat New York Atlantics, who are making their debut here. Paco Blanco we saw in action yesterday. Luis Estrada also. They won their match on day 1. And for New York Atlantics, Jose Carlos Gaspar and Jaime Fermosel. That is the next match coming up here. Match stats. Straight set win for the Smash. Congratulations to the winners. Don't go too far away, because shortly we'll be back for more paddle action here from the Paddle House, Greenpoint, Brooklyn. Game 3 of the session. LA beat New York Atlantics. Congratulations to the Smash on their win earlier today. Welcome back here to the Padel House, Greenpoint, Brooklyn, for the third match of the second day of competition here, PPL 2, live from the States. We've had a couple of good games earlier today, and hopefully this third instalment of 4 will not disappoint. Looking forward to seeing LA Beat back in action. We saw them on day 1. A really good victory. They defeated the Mexico Waves, Jacobo Blanco and Luis Estrada, and the same 2 players are lining up today for LA Beat. Their opponents making their debut. They weren't in action on day 1. New York Atlantics, the local team, home team, hosts Jose Carlos Gaspar and Jaime Fermosel. Those are the players in action for the Atlantics. Jose Carlos, Spaniard on the drive side, 28 years old, same age as his doubles partner, Jaime. He'll be on the backhand side. We saw Estrada from Venezuela yesterday, 27. Good, solid player. And the veteran here, Jacobo Blanco, 40 years old and playing really well. Now, we saw another Venezuelan in action moments ago, Luis Elena Perez, also winning alongside Ana Cortiles, beating the Houston Volts. And here we are, first point. Now, the Beat with a victory here after a straight set win on day 1 could easily make that podium day championship game on Sunday. They are coming against 2 tough opponents in Gaspar and Fermosel. Seems to be a thing about wearing caps here. Just Blanco not wearing a cap. Scooped up by Estrada. And going long, Jaime Fermosel. So a victory here for the Atlantics will put them in a good position, because they would know that the Waves have already lost both games played, and a team with a win, a smash, could lose here. So I mean, the Atlantics would be in control of their own destiny ahead of their second match, which will take place on day 3. Later on today, more action from the PPL. If you missed the results and you don't want to know them, cover your ears. They're coming up now. From day 1 of the competition, Thursday, at the Hammerstein Ballroom in Manhattan, a victory for the San Diego Stingrays in the women's doubles, beating Marta Talaban, Sophia Sainz, Veronica and Claudia, coming out on top 6-1, 6-1. But was the New York Atlantics men's doubles, who beat San Diego Stingrays 6-2, 6-love. In the later session, double win for DC Matrix, winning both the women's 7-5, 6-1. Triumphant Sofia Araujo and Marina Guinard. And also Alex Arroyo and Valentino Lebac, winning 6-love, 6-3. So a great day at the office for DC Matrix in day 1. Here we're watching PPL 2, golden point to decide the first service game. Cushion smash there for Fermosel. Blanco played so well in yesterday's victory, as did his doubles partner Luis Estrada. Estrada is now coming forward. Blancock with the bajada. And that goes long from Estrada. And the first game goes to the, I wouldn't say underdogs, but probably not expected to win this one here. Well, got his bearing slightly wrong on that occasion. That's a stretch really well for that. Not easy at all. And there's the cage again. If you're the play, keep angling those shots if you can, looking for the side fence. It's always a really good option. Marcel serving. Very comfortable on that backhand side. And that low volley into the base of the net. Brings it over. Always difficult to track when that ball goes at an angle. You've got to position yourself, need great awareness. You've got to make sure you don't go up against the fence. You've got to make sure you leave enough space for your racket to play the shot. And also track the fly to the ball. It's a lot to take in. It only comes with practice. Winds up for the big smash. And La Salida. Wow. And applause from everybody sat around watching this match. Probably the toughest shot to execute correctly, La Salida. It's when you exit the court. The only way to do that is by anticipating. You need to set off. When you see your opponent winding up for a big smash, you need to head out. The thing is, sometimes you get a fake smash because he sees you making that move and just softly smashes the ball down the middle to win the point. Later on today, we've got some interesting games taking place. Florida Goats, Miami Paddle Club. Mexico Waves, Toronto Polo Bears. It's a busy day today. A lot at stake. Points trying to edge towards that event to be held in December in Miami from the 3rd to the 6th, the Cities Cup. Premier PPL Championship event. One that all the players want to compete at. The pride at stake, of course. The prize, the title. Perfect way to end season. There's a backhand serve. It's not common. It's used by about 10 to 15% of the players. And there are some players who swear by it. Now, next to us, we've got players warming up. Some of these players will be in action here later today. We've got DC Matrix against Miami Padel Club, but also this facility in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, being used by all the players as a training facility. And a big, powerful smash to take the game. Good start to this contest. Now, we have seen teams bounce back from poor starts, but you don't have much of a safety net. If you are a breakdown, you're always playing catch up. As long as your opponents just hold on to their service game, that's enough. Now we're seeing Jacobo Blanco, the 40-year-old who played so well yesterday. They came up against a couple of tough cookies in Matias and Montaño, players from Mexico Waves. But both he and Estrada played very well indeed to take a straight set win. Femosel, Spaniard, on the backhand side. At the far end of the court, with the green cap. Gaspar, very important. They hang on to a service game here in this opening set. Can't afford to be broken again. 2 breaks down, 4 love down. I don't think they'll be way back into this opening set, but saying that, in the previous men's doubles we had here in the opening game, Mexico Waves were 6 love down in the super tiebreak. They lost the tiebreak, but they fought back from 6 love down to have a match point, which they lost and ended up losing to the San Diego Stingrays. But still, you've just got to keep, fighting, staying alive in the game. At this level, 2 breaks, it's a bit of a mountain to climb, especially if you come against 2 solid servers. I was hoping for a bit of a Dormilona there, didn't quite come off. Jose Carlos Gaspar, and that all came about because Femosel's lob sold him and his double partner slightly short. Blanco and Estrada have been excellent so far in this set. but a brilliant recovery there by Gaspar. Fermoselle goes for the winner. Gets back, doesn't, unfortunately. For LA. Double touch, so it doesn't count. Those exchanges at the net, quick fire. What a point. And the put away. So Carlos Gaspar hitting the winner. Double-handed backhand, such a big fan. When the ball bounces high, and you've got that opportunity with put away once again to get over the ball, and you've got to be careful you don't hit it with too much topspin, because if you follow through and over your opposite shoulder and you generate too much topspin, the kick will be, oh, if it hits the back glass, it will kick up even higher. So that was a brilliant shot that led to the winner. And we are flying through this match. We're seeing some big shots. I think of all the doubles matches we've seen so far from day one and day two, the bigger shots have come here. We're seeing some big winners. It's not a fast court. Sometimes you get a slow court, a fast court. The balls could be a part of it, and of course altitude. The higher you play, the thinner the air, the faster the ball travels. So if you play at high altitude, the ball just whizzes by. So sometimes you do see some events compensate with a slightly different ball. So a recap from day two. For those watching, we had the Las Vegas Smash Houston Vault women's doubles, a victory for Las Vegas Smash in straight sets. Mexico Waves start of the day against the Stingrays from San Diego, a victory for Danny Diaz, Ivo and Matten in a super tiebreak. So they are positioned very well indeed. And the big winner. Now we're starting to see Gaspar warm up. Very good smash. Good contra pared. And that is, that sailed into the other court. Wow, well, we're seeing Jose Carlos Gaspar really hit it well. That's a brilliant recovery. So throw himself to the ground there, Gaspar. Fermoselle Estrada. And that's a brilliant put away. Excellent play there from the Venezuelan, Luis Estrada. Saw the gap. Backhand volley down the line. And that was powerful there. Oh, starting to wind up maybe also. Jacobo Blanco. He's the big hitter on that LA Beat team. Saying that Estrada doesn't have a decent shot in him too. Good serve there from Estrada. Another change of ends here. Well, we are flying through this opening set. Been a good day too. About 90 seconds, the players will be back out in what has been a tight first set so far. Join us after a short break. Watching PPL 2 here from Padel House, Greenpoint, Brooklyn. Wide there from Fermosel. Serving. Jose Carlos Gaspar. $15-all. Ooh, a wild one. First one that's gone a bit AWOL. There from Jose Carlos Gaspar. 30-all. Bit of a miss-hit. Apologises. Jaime Fermosel. What kind of shots are we seeing in this match? Quite a few Víboras, smashes. Some of the volleying has been excellent. Nice exchange at the net. Sets up. Oh, just in. I thought that could have gone out, but took a bit of a risk, but managed to squeeze the shot home. And long it goes. Oh, so important now. The beat. Hold on to this service game. They would need to break to tie things at 5-5. That goes slightly long from Jacobo Blanco. good strong volley, good punch volley down low at the opponent's feet. That kind of ankle area, so difficult to retrieve the shot from. Great recovery play though. Gaspar, and again a good low volley. It's a really tough shot. Leaning back, maybe a topspin on the smash. Everything going Gaspar's way until that switch to Fermacell. Back to Gaspar. He couldn't pick it up with a reverse shot. (14-15). Really clever volley there by Fermacell. Still though, only 2 more points. They can force a golden point. They would be just one away from taking the opening set. Gaspar. And that was really difficult. The spin that was generated by hitting the meshed fence made it really, really awkward for Jacobo Blanco. And they've won back-to-back points, and they've set themselves up now with a set point. Can they break LA Beat to take the opening set? For Estrada and Blanco need this point to stay in the set, and then they would have to break New York Atlantics to tie things at 5-5. Brilliant bajada, and he's done it again. And he dedicates the point to his teammate Fermacell. What a first set that by Jose Carlos Gaspar. He was excellent. Made one unforced error, one smash that flew high into the back wall. But apart from that, so many winners, generated good opportunities for his doubles partner, Jaime Fermosel. And the New York Atlantics take the opening set of this third match here at the Padel House Greenpoint in Brooklyn. Work for Jacobo Blanco and Luis Estrada to do in this second set. They were never behind when they beat the Mexico Waves on day one, but here they are down 1-0. Stats from that first set won by the New York Atlantics. As you can see, very tight, 56% of the points won. Even when it comes to rallies. But importantly, they took both golden points. So LA Beat will start the second set, having lost the first. Jacobo Blanco and Luis Estrada know that if they can at least send it to a super tie break they would have 1 win, 1 defeat, but their win was 2 sets, and their defeat was a super tiebreak. If they can turn things around and win the super tiebreak, even better. It'll be 2 victories, enough, no doubt, to qualify for podium day. As for New York Atlantics, more of the same. Win this second set, and then they'll be in control of their own destiny. And they play again on day 3. So sends out volley low into the net. Great backhand and a cleverly disguised volley, but ready. Gaspar Marcel. Blanco with the backhand keeps the rally alive, and again. And that's so clever. Just caught both players out of position and wrong-footed. That was a patient build-up. Always on top of the point, always controlling. Well, they just test out these balls. New balls, by the way, for this service game after 9 games. New balls. Let's just quickly look at some of the shots. The bandeja, one of the most used shots in paddle. Crucial. Got to try and pick it up if you can. It's an overhand shot hit with spin, more spin than power, and it's often used to bring down a lob without going for the outright smash. A well-placed bandeja can actually prove to be a winning shot. Definitely one that players should learn. With the bajada, which is also a lob, really common. Those lobs, you need to be able to master the lob. And then the bajada is that shot you have to do when the ball hits high up on the wall and you bring it down. First game of the second set to Jose Carlos Gaspar and Jaime Fermosel. 1-0 to the New York Atlantics, 6-3 winning the first set. Quick swap over after just the 1 game. Now that smash came up short, so what do? It's inviting, isn't it, for your opponents? You can just hammer it down. Por 4 back over that back wall. That's 4 meters tall. Second serve. So, you're watching this and wondering what do I do? I want to play paddle. Well, of course, it depends where you watch this from, but there are paddle courts around the world. If you're watching in North America, Paddle House has centers in New York, in Denver, Atlanta, also Nashville, and there are more courts popping up in Canada, Mexico, and of course the US. You don't need classes to start, and if you have a racket sport background, background. And of course, you have that kind of hand-eye coordination that does help. The shots are very different. Tactics also. Wow. Lost another ball there. Luckily they get the same ball back, because when you play with new balls you can definitely tell the difference when it's not a new ball. Also rackets aren't very expensive. The footwear is important. Don't wear normal sneakers or running shoes. They are similar to tennis footwear. There are some differences, slightly more protection in the toe area. But the grip is really important. And that's about it really, because the rest is just normal gear you'd wear for any racket sport. And also the balls are slightly different. So these are paddle balls, not tennis balls. I've been asked before, can we play with tennis balls on a paddle court? You can. Big one there from Gaspar, but you wouldn't want to. Now the big difference, of course, is the pressure, the internal pressure, and also the size, because that dictates the bounce and the speed. Now, of course, altitude also dictates the bounce and speed, but the paddle balls have slightly less internal pressure and are a bit smaller than a tennis ball, so they are slower. When it bounces, for example, off a glass wall, you can also hear the difference. It's like a tape call there. For LA Beat, always kind of apologise, and then you kind of laugh and go, yes, when that happens. It's polite to apologise. Not every player does. Winning his service games rather comfortably to Carlos Gaspar. It's a really good serve. Look how close he can get to the net. A couple of strides and he's there. Very well said. Clever volley. Wow, really well played again by the New York Atlantics. Well, they've carried that form from the first set into the second set. They're leading comfortably here. Need to get back to the drawing board. LA Beat, they were brilliant on day one. So far, they've been outclassed, but they still have the talent. Though I have to say, José Carlos Gaspar and Jaime Fermacel have been playing very, very well. One plan. Wants to get things done and dusted quickly. Even well, Jaime, I think is about to come on, but at the moment, José Carlos Gaspar is just there watching that warm-up game on the other court. So the first set, it was tight despite that 6-3 scoreline. But the second set, they have been really good. One unforced error. They've controlled the net. They've been playing very well as a doubles team also. And Jose Carlos Gaspard has been huge. I mean, his overheads have been really good. He's been mixing some topspin with some flat smashes. Quite a few poor threes over the sidewall. Poor four over the back fence too. Clever volley there onto the mesh by Jacobo Blanco. Been having to play deep often in points, and that's credit to how New York Atlantics have played and already have carved themselves 3 break points for a 4-love lead. Reflexes for himself. Gaspard races forward. I love it how he gained momentum to race forward by bouncing into the back glass, which is very sturdy by the way, and almost propelling himself forward. Another break. 4 games to love. Shot down the line, but it was hit with so much topspin it basically came back to Fair Marcel. Into the net, Luis Estrada, 15 love. Giving it a bounce to not lose the position at the net, Fair Marcel. And again, went for the volley, but this time maybe not the right choice. No chance there for Gaspard. 30 all. Great defense here by the Atlantics. Being made really hard work just to stay alive in the point. And in the end, when you're being pulled left, right and centre, you just start to tire and make mistakes. And from leading in the service game, they're now facing 2 break points. A lifeline perhaps for LA Beat. Golden point. They won both golden points from the opening set. New York Atlantics looking for a 5-love lead. Bangkok choosing to receive. Always the receiving team who goes to golden point can choose which player is on the end of the serve. Great reflexes there by Estrada. And a clever shot through the centre. That's even better there from Gaspar. Oh, that was such intelligent play there by Jose Carlos Gaspar. Not just a big hitter, that was intelligent. Guided down the middle. Again, those shots down the middle, so often winners. And it's 5-love and 1 set to love in favour of the New York Atlantics. Every single time, without fail. Who's the first player out? This was Carlos Gaspar. Joined now by Jaime Fermosel. As always, the first players out are normally the ones winning. Just want to get the job done. Those needing a bit more time, pep talk, some feedback from the coach, take a bit longer. I mean, they've left themselves with a huge mountain to climb. Let's see how they go about it. LA beat. Now, each game they win could prove important, because if teams are tied with matches won and lost and sets won and lost, it will go down to games, individual games. And in the past, teams have qualified and failed to qualify because of that tiebreaker. Ah! That was like, I was there. I anticipated. I was where I should have been. And it was an easy shot, and I got it wrong. Sometimes those balls that come, back with really deceptive spin on them. And that has enough power there from Jose Carlos Gaspar. 28 years old, Gaspar. One of the late bloomers, you could say. He's from Malaga, Spain. He's in the top 100. He's ranked number 76 in the world. Playing like he has been today, I can see him climbing up those rankings. Oh, really high lob, Estrada, and that's a powerful hit. So much that had topspin. That's when you do try and mix things up by using topspin. That big kick off the glass brings it back home to your side of the court and gives you match point. Another golden point. They've won all the golden points played so far in this match. Might be the commentator's curse. Yes, it is. They don't win this one. 5-1. They save one match point, and they're still alive in this second set. Gaspar serving. That one game could prove important, and they might win another. And that was wild, really wild from Jaime Fermosel. Sometimes when you win, you can see the finish line. You're within touching distance. You start to relax. Think, oh, yeah, big winner. And you've got to be really careful. Okay, so you love 15. Great backhand there. So much slice. Great technique again by, what's it, Carlos Gaspar. Good cover by Blanco. And there was no way Estrada was getting that, almost cleared the fence on the other court. Thirty-all. Next, DC Matrix against Miami Paddle Club here after a good win for the New York Atlantics. Jose Carlos Gaspar, Jaime Fermosel winning in straight set 6-3, 6-1, beating Jacobo Blanco and Luis Estrada, who have to wait and see whether or not they will make podium day. As for the Atlantics, they've taken a big step, but if they lose their next game, we have a three-way tie with wins and defeats. So it's going to be very interesting in the men's side of the draw. So we've got a women's double match remaining here on day 2 of the competition. But let's check on the highlights from this match. Really impressed by Jose Carlos Gaspar and Jaime Fermosel. I was impressed by Jacobo Blanco and Luis Estrada yesterday, but today outfoxed, outmaneuvered by two 28-year-olds, Fermosel and Gaspar. And Gaspar especially was hitting those big winners, but sometimes, you know, you've got to give extra credit to the other player, the more consistent player, although Gaspar has made, I think, 2 unforced errors. Fermosel just keeping those points alive and carving those opportunities open by good positional play, good shots, creating spaces for your doubles partner, who of course grabs the headlines with shots like this. But a lot of the work that goes in prior to the shot is because your doubles partner has done exactly what he needs to do. So you've got the consistent player and the point man. And if you look at quite a few of the best pairings in the world, you do get that balance. So there are the highlights from this third match. So we've seen a win for the Stingrays in the opening game, followed by a victory for Las Vegas Smash. And now New York Atlantics winning this men's doubles game. And we have one more game remaining on this court. DC Matrix. See what happens elsewhere. They've got a game coming up also on day 3. As for LAB, they've won 1, lost 1. They can still qualify for podium day, but it's
Class in session, we schooling. Yeah, I know you underestimated, but you overstimulated. You can blame a generation for
Welcome back here to the final game. I'm sad. It's flown by, day two. Really has flown by. We are here watching some PPL 2. We've seen 3 matches played so far on this court at the Padel House Greenpoint in Brooklyn. The Mexico Waves Stingrays started off day 2. Vaults. Las Vegas Smash was the second game. And then we saw the Beat New York Atlantics. That finished moments ago. DC Matrix Miami Padel Club is the final outing here. So the Los Angeles Beat lost to the New York Atlantics in straight sets. Also a straight set win for the Las Vegas Smash in the women's doubles played early today against the Houston Volts. Mexico Waves, Stingrays, super tiebreak for a second time in 2 days. The San Diego Stingrays winning that super tiebreak. So now the final installment. We saw Miami Padel Club in action on day 2. They're playing again after winning 6-love, 6-1 on day 1. Playing for Miami, Marta Morga, Brittany Dubbins. Winners 6-love, 6-1 in their victory over Houston Volts. And for DC Matrix making their debut here at the PPL 2 event, we've got Shannon Hudson, 30-year-old, playing on the right side or drive side, and Elge Petrauskete playing on the backhand side. A veteran here, Elge, 41 years old. Her doubles partner Shannon, aged 30. Both Miami players also in their 30s. You do see in padel, you can continue competing at the highest level well into your 30s, even into your 40s, and there are some players still playing age 50, which is quite remarkable at the highest level. It's going to be a very tough test for DC Matrix, playing against the players seeded number 1 and number 4 in the US. Just quickly, if you missed out on day 1 here at the Padel House Greenpoint Brooklyn, Diego Stingrays played and won, so they played 2-1-2. They beat the Florida Goats in a super tie break, as the first game is won here by Miami Padel Club, who probably won't take too long over this changeover after just 1 game. Victory for the Toronto Polo Bears in straight sets, beating Las Vegas Smash in game 2 on day 1. Then LA beat Jacobo Blanco Luis Estrada, who we saw moments ago lose. They won their first match against Mexico Waves, who played 2 and lost 2 here in New York. And then Miami in action here, beat the Houston Volts in the late game yesterday, 6-love, 6-1. Yesterday they were wearing pink, Miami. Today wearing that blue top. Some really decent jerseys that the 10 teams have here. I've always been a big fan of the green and white of the New York Atlantics. I'm not saying that just because we're here in New York, but each year these jerseys get better and better. Now for confidence, you've got to try and Start off by claiming your serve, if possible. Not being broken early doors. That's a really clever volley, just tucked away. And another good volley there at the net. It was a decent serve that set up the volley. Some good serving there from Elgate. And as I say that, she misses the first serve. There we go, another commentator's curse. Hopefully not a double fault. No. Not so many of those in paddle. Squeezes that down. Elgate. Tracking back Brittany Dubbins. Plays alongside Anna Cortiles. Dubbins, she's not playing the PPL. Two players recently won a tournament together. And she hits the winner there, Brittany, in La Nucia, Valencia, Spain. Doubles event, of course. Anna Cortiles, who we saw in action earlier with the Las Vegas Smash. And she plays alongside Brittany Dubbins on different teams here at the PPL, which makes this kind of special because you get that mix. Sometimes you see players play alongside the same player, but single against their normal doubles partner is actually, it can be quite funny at times, and a lot of banter you see during games. Brittany. Marta steps in. And a mistake there from Brittany, and it's a gold on point. Well, Elgate, Petrauskate serving here to tie at 1-1. Another good deep serve to the backhand, and that was an excellent serve once again. It was all about the serve. In last night's game, they lost their only game in the second set. From 2-love, it was 2-1. They won 12 of the 13, and they showed lots of experience in those golden points, winning 8 out of 8. But they lost the first one here in this opening set. Miami Padel Club. They're dropping their first golden point here in New York, but still the favourites, clear favourites in this contest. Now they are going to struggle when Brittany or Marta are serving, but they can just kind of grind out wins on their service game. Love. Decent lob from Shannon. Let's track back. Okay. And that's a really well-placed shot there from Marta Morga. Just caught Shannon in no man's land. 2-1 in this opening set. 41-year-old Elgay Petrauskate, US, plays on the backhand side, partnered alongside compatriot Shannon Hudson. 30 years old. On this near side, we've got the Miami players. To the right, on the forehand side, Marta Morga. And covered by the graphic on the left, we've got USA number 1, Brittany Dubbins. Martha's got to track forward. Ah, that was a tough one. When it clips the tape like that, it's so difficult to get there because you're never too sure where it's going to land. And of course, you apologise. That's the first thing you need to do. If you've won the point, you can curse. If you've lost the point, but yeah, if you've won the point, you apologise. And then you can kind of turn around to your doubles partner and just chuck it. But the important thing is, you might struggle when you're receiving, losing games to 15 to love, but just focus your efforts on winning your service game. And there will be one game when you're receiving that you might win the first point or two. That's the one you need to target. Don't despair if you're not winning many points when you're receiving. So far, 2-1 with serve, not at the net, having to use these ground shots. And you're not going to pass Dubbins with a passing shot. Lobs are a good tactic to get to the net. She's a tall player. Great wingspan as well. Oh, great play there. Attacked the smash off the glass. Didn't stay back, followed the ball, and then turned what would have been a defensive shot, had she been up against the back wall, into a shot where you attack by racing forward and hitting that winner past Shannon Hudson. That's a tough one straight at you. Well, they were 30-15 up, but the class just starting to tell. 3-1. They have a break. They'll be looking to consolidate that break now. Look like the favourites haven't disappointed yet here at this PPL 2 event in New York. And Dubbins with the overhead winner. Lob looking to push Marta back. If you're going to lob one of the two players, you would probably lob Marta, who is shorter, and of the two, the weaker. Still a very good player, but the weaker player. Brittany is number one in North America. Because the problem is, if you do put up a lob and it's short, you're going to get punished. And opting there, Shannon, to take the volume when perhaps could have allowed it to bounce, maybe go up against the back glass, had a look to see where your opponents are standing and look to lob, or play a shot down the middle. They should probably... Oh, what a drilled return that was. But look at that. That was even better. That was a quite remarkable passing shot from Elge. Tremendous, but maybe caught ball watching slightly. And then that return was just superb. Top draw. 4 games to 1 in this opening set. Miami Padel Club lead. And I'd love to see that backhand again. That was an earlier winner by Marta Morga. And that smash that came up short. The lob. And that backhand was tremendous. But there you go. Look at the angle. Look at the angle on that passing shot. And also, that was a tennis down the line passing shot. Tennis, you win the point. But you had to be alert. If the ball goes past you, the first thing you've got to do is spin, use the back wall. It will come back towards you. You have 2 options. What Marta did, which is really tough, use it on momentum, spin basically on a sixpence, and carve it across court. Or you play it back against the back wall. Now, you would need quite a lot of power to do that because the ball is travelling in your direction with plenty of power. But that was a remarkable passing shot, but an even better winner from Marta Morga. 4-1, Miami lead. Elge disguises her intentions really well and then just lets it drop. Bit of side spin with that slice. That double-handed backhand. You can see that Shannon's come from a tennis background. Also Elge as well. You get that with players 30, mid-30s. They've obviously played another racket sport before moving into paddle. Because also paddle has landed in the US and North America properly. Because there have been, people playing paddle at courts and facilities a few years ago. So maybe a generation or 2 behind Europe, for example, or some countries in South America, but they will get there. So you're starting to see players like Vinny Di Francesco, a young player who has been playing paddle regularly. And as more and more people play, more courts will start popping up. You will get players like you do in Spain who start in paddle. They don't transfer across from another racket sport. They are paddle players. Shannon comes up that high lob. Just a cushion volley there. Working the point. Slow boil before hitting the winner. Sometimes you've got to slow cook a point. Move your opponents around, gradually take control of the net. And then the players are almost at your mercy. You still lose the point, but you're more likely to win it if you're there at the net, dictating the pace. And I was just apologising as that smash was arrowed in the direction of Shannon, not intentionally aiming to hit her. If you're just tuning in, we are watching PPL 2 live from the Padel House Greenpoint in Brooklyn. One of 3 great venues that Padel House has here in New York. Elsewhere, at the Hammerstein Ballroom in Manhattan, you also have the PPL 1. And there are a couple of results to tell you about from matches, because the session today started slightly earlier than yesterday's session. Straight sets win for the Florida Goats, 6-3, 6-4 against Miami Padel Club. A victory for Luisa Hernandez Quesada, Alvaro Cepero. They also won the women's doubles, 6-1, 7-5. Noah Canabas and Carolina Orsi winning that game. Right now, the third match has just started. Women's doubles, Mexico Waves against Toronto Polar Bears. So you can switch to watch the PPL. It will continue because you've got the men's doubles, Mexico Waves, Toronto Polo Bears. Then it's the Houston Volts doubleheader against LA Beat, for ending the session with DC Matrix San Diego Stingrays. So a packed schedule in the PPL. It will continue again on Saturday. Also here, we have a lot to look forward to on Saturday. And on Sunday, it will merge in that we will move from the Padel House here in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, to the Hammerstein Ballroom, because the podium day or championship day will be played at the venue where the PPL are currently playing their games in New York City. If you are familiar with New York, we're not too far away. Here in Brooklyn, as long as there's not much traffic. Highlights from this set. They've been so good again, Miami Padel Club, because yes, you can be favourites, you can have the better shots, etc. But you still have to go out there and put in the performance. How often have you seen complacency from players, from teams? And suddenly you complicate things by not playing to your full potential or anywhere near it. We've not seen that from Miami Padel Club, and no doubt if I'm the coach of both Marta Morga and Brittany Dubbins, I'll be telling them, okay, forget the previous games. Okay, one game at a time. The quicker we finish, the less games you play, the fresher you will be for the next match. And by the looks of things, it will be the championship game, because they've only dropped one game in that first match. They're on course for a big win here too in this contest, the final one of day 2, which would see them 2 wins in 2 games. Now, in these end switches, there's no umpire, and so you've got here 2 players waiting to continue. Sometimes, I'm not saying now, you get a bit of gamesmanship. You know, we let them wait a bit longer between points, but this isn't the case. I mean, they are getting a pep talk, a timeout. The coach is basically passing on through instructions, what kind of shots to play. You can see there clearly, you know, at this point you need to do here, you need to be there. this is the shot you should be playing instead of the shot you have been playing. Maybe target one of the two players. Let's play heavy towards Marta, for example. She's been playing really well, but she's the weak of the two players. So just an update from Mexico Waves, Toronto Polar Bears. It's 2-0 to the Toronto Polar Bears. 15-love, Mexico Waves. Should be a good game there between Lydia Morena against Marta Caparrós and Lydia Rodriguez. Good pairing there for Toronto Polar Bears. And here, you're watching Elgay Petrauskate, the 41-year-old American, playing on the backhand side alongside Shannon Hudson. Won her service game in the opening set. Decent lob over Marta. Good reply. Another good shot. Got several Marta. Very decent backcourt player. Anticipated well, but can keep it in play. Rishini Dobbins. Really well played, really well played. And a big smile on the faces of Elgay and Shannon. That's a second service game won by Elgay. And is that the coach sneaking onto the court? It's okay. I mean, this is it's not a title-winning game. But he'll be happy how his team have started with Elgay holding on to her service game. Now it's Dobbins to serve. Crashing into the net, that double-handed backhand into the tape. That's a brilliantly placed shot once again by Marta Morga. Ranked number 287 in the world, Marta Morga has been climbing of late, though her best ranking was 146. Now, she plays alongside another player we've seen in action here, Renata Martinez, the young 19-year-old Mexican who we saw for the Houston Volts. Well, that's unfortunate. As you were saying, quite a few players are on different teams when it comes to playing here and playing tournaments elsewhere. Maybe that should have been Shannon's to get back into position. Has been doing really well, the veteran, out on court. Being hugely impressed by Elgay. Has lots of shots. Look at that backhand there as well. And wide from Brittany. Golden point. They're playing much better, of course, in the second set. I mean, they've won a game and it's a golden point. But they're picking their shots. They're moving both Marta and Brittany around. Okay, receives. Shannon sends it back over high to Marta. That's the cover. Shannon. Oh, that's a big winner. Not much you could do there. Sometimes when you're under a bit of pressure, you start sending over maybe too many lobs, and sometimes you get sold short. They don't have the depth for height. And on that occasion, it's set up really invitingly. You still have to win that point, and Marta hit it cleanly, but it was inviting. Marta Morga winning that golden point to tie the second set 1-1. 9 games played, new balls. Mexico Waves trailing 3 games to love against the Toronto Polar Bears. An update from PPL. Here with PPL 2. So far, Hudson hasn't won a service game. Both, oh, that was a bit wild. The first time we've seen Elgay really go for it from backcourt. Both games won by DC Matrix have been on Elgay Trauskate's serve. I'm not saying it's complacency, but they're starting to make some unforced errors. And credit to how DC Matrix have been just running them all over the shop. That was excellent by Elgay. And it's 2-1 to DC Matrix in this second set. So 2-1, DC Matrix leading in this second set. And where before you would see players from Miami Paddle Club straight out onto the court, waiting to restart. Not now. This break between games for the end change has the coach of both Brittany and Marta sat down with them a bit longer. Now they are on court. Will be followed shortly by Shannon and Elgay. But they find themselves behind in a set. Marta Morga to serve. Oh, couldn't get enough depth again on that lob. Shannon. I mean, there's not much you can do there. I mean, you can kind of stick your racket out and hope. Shannon. Block volley there from Shannon. That's a track back. No mercy there, Brittany. I was saying before that Elgay and Shannon both have tennis backgrounds. Well, Shannon was a former Razorback tennis player from 2013 to 2017. And now runs the Matrix Club, which has a tennis, pickleball, paddle. Very successful business. Goes long. Still, it's tight in this second set. This might get a bit complicated for Miami Paddle Club. Looked like plain sailing after that 6-1 opening set. There's actually a watch party taking place. Matrix are getting together. I've been told free pizza, first drink, and watching this game here in New York. So a big hello also to those at the watch party. Serve Elgay. That's a brilliant passing shot. Difficult to be really tight on that net because when there's a lob, you've got, it doesn't look like a big distance, but you've got to track back when you're back and forth, sometimes you just take that step back. So you're not quite as close to the net as you should be. But if you have to race back, it's closer. And there we saw a good passing shot. Marta, on that occasion, maybe okay, not as close to the net as she would have liked. But I mean, it's tough out there. They are playing against top opponents, and they put in a brilliant first set. Okay, scoreline apart, but they played some good points. There were some good long rallies. On their serve, they've looked very good. They've competed and won service games. And in this second set, they are pushing Miami, and they weren't pushed by two very good players on day one, Renata Martinez and Sophia. So, lots of positive to take for DC Matrix in what is a tough draw playing Miami Padel Club, but who knows what could happen on day 3. They could still qualify for podium day. Now, we need to look at games won, games lost, sets won, sets lost. So every game could be of vital importance. So let's see what happens here now. Trailing in this second set. But it's not been plain sailing for Miami Padel Club. Now, throughout the day, this is the final match, by the way. Throughout the day, we've been looking at some of the technicalities, jargon especially. I mean, jargon can be a good thing, but it can also alienate certain viewers, your audience, if you're using a lot of technical terms that people don't understand. And of course, you need to provide a description to help people understand. And of course, for those who do understand the jargon, it can be a bit of a pain if you've got somebody like me constantly describing what the shot is. So I'm going to try and get that balance right. I mean, we've seen quite a few bandejas. If you play paddle, you would know what a bandeja is. It's the tray. That's the Spanish translation. Tray bandeja. One that somebody serving drinks would carry. And as they bring that tray down, they make that movement from, say, shoulder height across the body down to waist height. Well, that's the kind of movement you would do with your racket, the bandeja. So that's a shot that is used often in paddle. It's a very important shot, and it's one that if you've played tennis, you don't really use. That tray shot doesn't really exist, I think, in other racket sports. You kind of cut the ball on the lower side. You strike it around about shoulder height. So that's the bandeja. La bajada is another one. That's the shot that you see a lot in paddle when you get those lobs, or globo in Spanish, and they do bounce high off the back wall. You have the option which is la bajada, which is a shoulder height drive almost, when you kind of bring it down and turn it into an attacking shot. Well, you know, plenty of shots. Cuchillas a knife. You can kind of guess what kind of shot that is. Salida, chiquita, dormilona. Chiquita, dormilona. Shots, deep shots over the net. Drop shots. I mean, the court is big enough for a drop shot. If it hit with a bit of backspin, it makes it very difficult, especially if it just rides back into the net. So that's the dormilona. Dormilona from dormir, which is to sleep. Kind of put the ball to sleep. Oh, that's clever. Down at the feet of your opponent. Shannon Hudson with the volley. Still alive in this second set. So as it moves to the forehand side, Shannon. Can they stay at that net? We'll try and regain it if possible. DC Matrix. Good lob there from Elgate. Angle on that. Shot well covered. And that's a difficult one, because as soon as it hit that back glass, it just died. If you can get it right with the backspin and the ball hits the glass, say below the knee, it does drop at a vicious angle. or maybe running out of steam, but still a good performance. It's not over yet. We do trail 1-love 5-2 in this second set, but they have won more games than the Houston Volts, and that could be important come day 3. Let's give you another update of what's going on elsewhere. Still the Toronto Polo Bears in PPL 1 lead in the opening set 4 games to 2 as you watch some of the highlights here at the Padel House Greenpoint in Brooklyn. So right now, just quickly look at matches played over the 2 days. San Diego Stingrays men's double. Danny Diaz, Chilean. Ivo, his doubles partner, and Martin have played 2-1-2. Las Vegas Smash women 1-1, lost 1. Toronto Polo Bears won theirs. They're in action on day 3. As for the men, LA beat, played 1 on opening day and 1, but they lost earlier today, so a victory and a defeat. Jacobo and Luis Estrada. Mexico Waves lost both of their games. Miami Padel Club look like they're going to take 2 wins from their 2 outings here on day 1 and now on day 2. So there is still something up for grabs for DC Matrix and also Toronto Polo Bears, and Las Vegas Smash could also be in a 3-way tie should DC Matrix beat Toronto on day 3. So a lot to be decided. The one thing we do know is that Miami, who are cruising now in game 8, would be the top seeded team with the 2 best performances from their 2 matches. 4 match points in the final game of day 2. Marta Morga serving. And that's a clever backhand volley cross court into the fence Page. And it's a 2-set win, straight set victory for the top seeded team, Brittany Dubbins and Marta Morga for Miami Padel Club. They've won both their matches here in the PPL 2. A decent outing. DC Matrix, I think they can definitely build on the performance. Some really good serves, especially. Very good on their service games. And a good outing for Shannon Hudson and Elgay Petrauskate. So, a roundup from today. It's been entertaining, thoroughly enjoyed, with wins for the Stingrays. Congratulations, San Diego, Danny Diaz, Ivo, and Martin winning earlier today. In this final match, you're seeing some of the highlights. A good win for Miami Padel Club. Straight sets victory over DC Matrix, who will be in action, by the way, on day 3. Prior to this game, we saw the beat against New York Atlantics, who win for the team from New York. Houston Volts, Las Vegas Smash. The Smash losing on day 1, but winning on day 2. Now, day 3, we will see the final games from this round robin stage. And then, of course, day 4, the championship day, the podium day at the Hammerstein Ballroom. Now, do switch over. There is Spanish commentary and English commentary of the PPL that is being played right now. It's a long day, lots of sessions at the Hammerstein Ballroom. From myself and the rest of the team here, it's been a thoroughly enjoyable day. Hopefully, you've learned a bit more about paddle, some of the technicalities, how the game is played if you've never played it before, the kind of tactics, formation, how important it is to get to the net, keep those errors down to a minimum. A lot of shots down the middle work well, reduces risk. Use those walls at the back for strategy and retrieval. And also we're seeing some of those, formations when you serve, switch sides if needed, and how to play if you've got a left-handed player, or who to play on which side if you are two right-handed players. We'll continue looking at the game, analysing the game, going forward. But we've thoroughly enjoyed, like I said, a good day 2 here from the Padel House, Greenpoint, Brooklyn. Great venue, by the way. And the players are enjoying the training facilities here. Also this court, so a big shout out to the crew who've been working really hard setting it up here so you guys at home can enjoy the PPL 2 for the first time. Of course, it's the inaugural year of the PPL 2. It only started the idea back in February with that draft. And now we're seeing games played throughout the year parallel to the Pro Padel League. And of course, everyone has their eye on the 3rd to the 6th of December in Miami, the Cities Cup. Well, that's all from today. It's been fun. Congratulations to the Stingrays, to the women, Las Vegas Smash, also the men, New York Atlantics, and Miami. All winners on day 2. Do join us, same time, same place tomorrow. More action from the Pro Padel League II from myself and the rest of the team here at the Padel House, Greenpoint in Brooklyn. Adios. See you tomorrow.
Y en mi cuarto bailame con alcoholes. Tengo mi six-pack, pero la corona la trae tu bebé. Ahora tú bebes champagne y nos vamos metiendo la nota. Dame su bebé al prime, baby, shorty rebota, rebota. Dame una alternativa para probarte. Tú no me quedas, yeah, mama. De madrugada porque no estás en mi cama. He pasado bastante, quédate el fin de semana. La guardia en el backpack si te veo de nuevo. Voy a besarte que se te olvide todo. Mami, esta noche la haremos a mi modo. Lléname de tu splash y en mi cuarto bailame con alcoholes. Tengo mi six-pack, pero la corona la trae tu bebé. Ahora tú bebes champagne y nos vamos metiendo la nota. Dame su bebé al prime, baby, shorty rebota, rebota. Little mama, desde madrugada fue que no estás en mi cama. Te he pensado bastante, quédate el fin de semana. Lléname de tu splash y en mi cuarto bailame con alcoholes. Tengo mi six-pack, pero la corona la trae tu bebé. Ahora tú bebes champagne y nos vamos metiendo la nota. Dame su bebé al prime, baby, shorty rebota, rebota. Yo sabía que tenías un don desde aquella noche que pasamos en Breaker. Ese trago y el humo del blond era la rampa para que te fuese pic. Todos los días me acuerdo de ese tatú. Vamos a verlo, mami, ¿dónde estás tú? Dame pista, no me dejes en blue. Eres my lover, no eres my look. La guardia en el backpack si te veo de nuevo. Voy a besarte que se te olvide todo. Tengo una nave pa' que sea la pila. Lléname de tu splash y en mi cuarto bailame con alcoholes. Tengo mi six-pack, pero la corona la trae tu bebé. Ahora tú bebes champagne y nos vamos metiendo la nota. Dame su bebé al prime, baby, shorty rebota, rebota. Dame una alternativa para otra vez probarte. Solo me que no estás en mi cama. Te he pasado bastante, quédate el fin de semana. La guardia en el backpack si te veo de nuevo. Voy a besarte que se te olvide todo. Mami, esta noche lo haremos a mi modo. Lléname de tu splash, en mi cuarto bailando con el colorless. Tengo de mi six pack, pero la corona la trae tu bebé. Ahora tu bebé champagne y nos vamos mezclando la nota. Te me sube, babe, al prime, baby shorty rebota, rebota. Lil mama, ya de madrugada porque no estás en mi cama. Te he pensado bastante, quédate el fin de semana. Lléname de tu splash, y en mi cuarto bailame con el colorless. Tengo de mi six pack, pero la corona la trae tu bebé. Ahora tu bebé champagne y nos vamos mezclando la nota. Te me sube, babe, al prime, baby shorty rebota, rebota. Yo sabía que tenías un don desde aquella noche que pasamos en Brickell. Ese trago ya el humo del blonde era la rampa para que te fuese pic. Todos los días recuerdo de ese tatu. Vamos a verlo, mami, ¿dónde estás tú? Dame pista, no me dejes en blue. Eres my love, no eres my love. La guardia en el backpack si te veo de nuevo. Voy a besarte y que se te olvide todo. Tengo una nave pa' que sea la pila. Lléname de tu splash, y en mi cuarto bailame con el colorless. Tengo de mi six pack, pero la corona la trae tu bebé. Ahora tu bebé champagne y nos vamos mezclando la nota. Te me sube, babe, al prime, baby shorty rebota, rebota. Dame una